Today we are going to talk about images from Post-Westphalia or sounds all around the Orient, literature, transregional or transcultural. My name is Anke Kramer. I am head of the research department of
Martina Wagner-Egelhaaf
for Droste literature. We have Dr. Özkan Ezli here. Via video, Dr. Noa K is with us and Martina Wagner-Egelhaaf is here as well. This event is being simultaneously interpreted into English. I'm going to introduce our guests really quickly, then they are going to give us a 5-minute input each from their perspective, and then we have a discussion round that you are very welcome to participate in. If you watch us on the stream, you can post your questions in the chat, and if you are here, you can just raise your hand and ask your question directly. Martina Wagner-Egelhaaf is professor of modern German literature at Münster University, and before that she was professor in Bochum. She did her PhD on short stories in melancholy. She has already focused on Annette von Droste-Hülshoff's Sounds from the Orient in her work, and she actually created a new position for that work. She also looked into transculturalism and into the biography of Droste. In 2020 she published her book in the Balint publishing house on Goethe. She is working on different projects, for example, a project on the cultural history of the hate, and also a project that deals with politics. She is a guest professor in the US and Uzbekistan and many other cultures, and therefore has a perspective that transcends our region. Thank you, Ms. Kramer. I'm happy to be here. I would like to start with my inputs. Annette von Droste-Hülshoff wrote the following to Christoph Bernhard Schlüter, who together with his brother-in-law Wilhelm Jungmann had taken over the supervision of her first edition of poems. And I quote, "I have some time ago sent a number of Oriental poems to young men for selection. Neither in your letter nor in his is any mention made of them. Surely they have not been lost?" She received an answer only after the printing already had been completed. Schlüter informed her on August 2nd, 1838, that among the poems that did not make it into print were the very Oriental poems that she had asked about. He gives the following reason for not including these poems, which were obviously important to the author. He said, "Only the pure, harmonious impression of the very first edition of your poems, in which everything should breathe a character and at the same time be completely original property of the author, nothing an imitation, nothing a foreign or disturbing element, only that was what we determined particular. So, no imitations, nothing foreign, nothing disturbing. That was what the profile of the Westphalian Catholic poet Droste-Hülshoff should have been. That is how she was canonized. Droste's small cycle, which was only published in its entirety in 1860, is to be seen in the context of the first half of the 19th century, when the Orient was fashionable. Works from the same period are Goethe's West Eastern Divan, Friedrich Rückert's Orientalization poetry, and the Gazellen of August from Platen. Annette von Droste-Hülshoff was directly inspired to her sounds from the Orient by the collection Rose Oil, First and Second Vial, or Legends and Customs of the Orient from Arabic, Persian and Turkish sources, which was published by the Orientalists Joseph von Hammer, Burgstall in 1830. Although there is no evidence that Droste dealt with Goethe's West-Eastern Divan, research has been able to show numerous correspondences between the two poetry collections. But how different Droste's Orient looks. Whereas Goethe's Divan sketches an idealized poetic Orient in which West and East productively encounter each other in cross-fertilizing interchange, Droste's Orient is a world dominated by violence and the drawing of boundaries. Blood, death, tears and suffering are obviously the price for crossing borders. If it is true that the Orient's image in the literature and culture of the 19th century can be read as an alienated reflection of one's own society, and there is much to be said for this, then Droste's Orient poems can also be seen as a kind of experimental field on which she could try out herself as an author, but where she also put the following elements into literary play: the demarcations of society of her own time, such as those between above and below, rich and poor, power and powerlessness, men and women. The cycle contains a series of verses that she herself calls language exercises. And that practice-like, experimental aspect applies, I think, to all the poems in the cycle. The language game in the sounds of the Orient stages a speech that enters new poetic territory insofar as it practices a game of veeling and unveiling with regard to the speech positions of the so-called lyrical I, an ambiguity between the cycle I and the role I, thus a thoroughly resistance poetics of floating.
Vielen Dank, Frau Wagner-Egelhaaf, für diesen Einblick in Annette von
Thank you very much for this insight into Annette Droste-Hülshoff's sounds from the Orient, and I'd like to hand over to our next guest, Dr. Özkan Ezli. He is a private professor for cultural studies at the University of Tübingen, and I would like to congratulate you. I would like to really, I'm very impressed because your book, Narratives of Migration, has just been awarded with the De Gruyter Verlag Open Access Prize and with the Augsburg Science Prize for Intercultural Studies. With this book, Mr. Özkan Ezli has also habilitated himself. He did his doctorate under the title Grenzen der Kultur, Autobiographies and Travel Descriptions between Orient and Occident, that was published in 2012. And he also wrote a lot on transculturality in literature, in film. He wrote about bathing with the burkini, and he also wrote on the Chronicle of Integration. Mr. Ezli, thank you for being here. Thank you for the invitation. And I hope the PowerPoint will be working. Oh, there it is. So I also only have 5 minutes. And yes, the title is Post-Westphalian Literature Between Social Structures and Identity Politics. And I would like to talk about 3 scenes of migration story of the Federal Republic of Germany. First thing that I want to talk about is the following. I'm not going to talk about social structures as much because I'm more interested in the difference between Occident and Orient, the context of migration and literature between the 60s and now. And I want to actually look at actual and non-actual. And it kind of sounds contradictory, but I'm not talking about the own and the foreign. No, I want to talk about what we in German call eigentlich and uneigentlich. So what is and what isn't not really. So for me, those 2 things aren't opposites. I'm going to talk about that when I talk about the text that I chose. But I would say what is very special about it is what is called Eigentümlichkeit in German, which resonates to ownership. So So let's look at the first scene. These are scenes of social action. This scene is set in 1983 between Fulda and Kassel on the train. In 1983, the author Aysel Özkan had to leave Turkey. She fled to Germany, and on this train, she meets an older lady. And this older lady asks her whether she's French. The old lady smiles at me, and I know she smiles at me because she thinks I'm French. And I say, no, I'm not French, but she doesn't keep asking. And then there's a monologue where Aysel Özkan writes, I want them to know that I didn't come to their country to live off them, that I didn't learn about civilization only when I got here, that I'm not stupid, that I'm not dependent on a man. Yes, that I even know how to speak French. I want to tell them all this in order to free myself from their idea of a Turkish woman. At the same time, I find myself in this thought ridiculous. And not long after that, he tells the woman, I am from Turkey. And the monologue, I said it. And what I find very interesting about this part of the book, then one can say that she says, well, actually it is ridiculous that I come out of the closet as a Turkish woman, but nonetheless she does it to work against that image of the other side. And the interesting aspect of that idea is that in the end, this dialogue leads to a friendship, a social relationship, and that's where I see the distinction between the actual and the non-actual, because the non-actual is the national category, being Turkish, being French, being German. And she was a French teacher in Turkey, so she could be a French when it comes to her education and the context. And Heidegger, when he talks about the actual and the non-actual and he moves into the public sphere, then there's a whole possibility for existing in a situation. That situation can lead to so much more in an encounter when we decide when we differentiate between the actual and the non-actual. So let's move over to the next slide. In 1991. So we were on the train, but what I forgot to mention before that is the coexistence, the so-called convivence that Ottmar Ente talked about yesterday. So if we look at the differentiation between actual and unnatural, what we have, what is generated is a coexistence. So now we're in a cafe in Berlin. We're not on the train anymore. And I quote, in my language, tongue means language. A tongue has no bones. Wherever you turn it, it turns there. So I sat there with my twisted tongue in the city of Berlin. An old croissant sits wearily on my plate. I immediately give bakshish. The waiter shouldn't be ashamed. If only I knew when I lost my mother's tongue. Me and my mother once spoke in our mother tongue. My mother said to me, you know, you speak like this. You think you're narrating everything, but suddenly you jump over unsaid words, and then you narrate calmly, and I jump with you. Then I breathe calmly. She then says, you left half your hair in Alemania. I now remember mother's sentences she said in her mother tongue only when I imagine her voice. The sentences themselves came to my ears like a foreign language that I had well learned. So what is so special about language, about nation, is being turned in something completely new, a cultural appropriation. And as you can see, this part of the book is full of translation. Dil in Turkish actually means language and tongue, and this intertwining works 12 years later when she says, okay, I turned my tongue into the German language and it made me happy. So once again, we have this coexistence, this convivence that exists because of language. Let's look at the third slide. So we're now in Hamburg. Dilek Güngör and her book, I Am Özlem. Ich bin Özlem from 2019. So she arrived. Okay, and I quote. So before we said the Turkish language, the German language sort of led to a new creation of a language. Now we're actually somewhere else. The external, the Turkish language as a cultural marker becomes something actual. unacctual, and that's a problem here. So the protagonist was born in Germany, like Eisel, she speaks German, she's married to a German husband, her kids are called Emil and Antonia, and she says, okay, what am I without the Turkish language? What is left? Is that the right order? Children, husband, work, and I forget the painting, a bit of cooking, and meeting friends maybe every once in a while, if only that weren't true. So before that, civilization, education was sort of something positive that led to equality. And what is reached is sort of devaluated, and the unactual, that is the discourse, is being turned into the translation. And the consequences of that, and that is a bit provocative, despite the fact that Dilek Güngör isn't Turkish, this novel is very much focusing on discriminative experiences. So there are some scenes, for example, where her friends talk about problematic schools, and then they talk about why they would exclude her in their circle. But she lives with those friends, and that's where there's a break in the coexistence. And then in the end, she says, it's impossible to become a part of it, to belong, to then switch side. You have to be on the right side straight from the beginning. And this leads me to the conclusion, last slide. So 1983, social structure, education, and a joint civilization create values, and they define what the person is. So it's not important that she's Turkish. So nationalisms and essentialisms are the unactual. 1991 identities are the result of processes, translations, and so on. They are appropriations. So any loss, migration is always lost, can become the unactual, and it can be something that you can benefit from. And then today, 2019, social structure, education, and a joint civilization are the unactual experience of a loss of value. The non-accessible origin becomes the actual, but without getting lost of this process of cultural appropriation. So Isaac Oedergsen answers that older lady to correct that image that lady has of Turkish people. And she then says, okay, it is ridiculous that I'm doing this, that I'm defending myself, but she doesn't know what to do better, so she does it. And today we say, okay, why do we speak that way, despite the fact that we know better? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ezli. Our third guest, Dr. Noa K. I can't see her yet, but she's joining us digitally, virtually. She's in Berlin, but she's also here, luckily. Hi, Ms. H. Nice to see you. She's a post-colonial urban researcher. At the moment, she's a guest lecturer at the Weißensee Kunsthochschule Berlin, and she heads the National Racism and Discrimination Monitor at the German Center for Integration and Migration Research, DEZIM. She studied architecture on informality and racism at the TU Berlin. She did her doctorate there, and she did research on universities in Berlin and Dresden. She focuses on critical integration research and racism. She is soon going to publish the anthology European Cities, Modernity, Race and Colonialism that is edited together with Dr. Giovanni Picca. Ms. H., I'm very much looking forward to your input. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation here to this castle. Unfortunately, I couldn't travel there, and I'm therefore joining you virtually. So, I'm also coming from a different discipline. I'm not a literary scholar, nor am I an Orientalist. As was already mentioned, my research interests are post-colonial urban studies as well as racism, integration and migration studies, or to put it differently, social research. I'm interested in why someone becomes someone while others become others. I'm interested in how this knowledge emerges, circulates, informs, and establishes social hierarchies in a seemingly natural way. How can it be that they can do something better than others? How can that be? One of the reasons is the legacy of colonialism from which racism emerged, a racism that still persists and has a history that goes back centuries. A history that teaches us about migration, about the Orient and other parts of the world, and about home. It is a fascination. It is fascinating that the colonial imagination about the others, without any contact and from afar, has fueled entire books and fantasies, as witnessed, for example, in the stories of Karl May, in which he told a tale of the Wild West with noble so-called Indians and fighting cowboys. Stories that he had not experienced himself, but had heard from others. But the fiction goes even further. Colonialism as an era of global world order that, through a seemingly natural difference of people, their appearance and geographic origin, establishes a hierarchy between them that makes some civilized, developed, and superior, and others underdeveloped, uncivilized, and inferior. 19th century science was instrumental in establishing this seemingly natural hierarchy when it measured, catalogued, and divided people into human races using eye color charts, hair color charts, voice recorders, skull gauges, cameras, and other tools. This colonial legacy still lingers in our knowledge of a global world order because we have learned it, we've practiced it, we've normalized it for centuries, even though we know that the genetic differences between people in Europe are much greater than between two people from the African continent and Northern Europe. There is no scientific evidence that plausibilizes the distinction in groups of people into a natural, one could say, ranking. A distinction that we now know was not only based on racist assumptions and intended to scientifically plausibilize that racism, but a distinction that is also a fiction. A fiction about us humans on this planet, a fiction that continues to create realities and structure global and local relationships to this day. We're all human beings. We're all equal human beings. We've given ourselves certain rights, the human rights, because the history of mankind has taught us that we're able to deny people their humanity and to kill other people without feeling shame and injustice, although we know we are not supposed to kill. Thus, this colonial history is also a history of migration, even though it is commonly not understood that way. The migration of Europeans to the farthest corners of the world to settle there and meet the people there with superiority and to civilize them either benevolently or by force, that is, to subjugate them. That's also a story of migration. Language played an important role in the subjugation of whole peoples. Thus, the civilizing mission of the Europeans was to transmit their languages from Europe, which are still used today in some former colonized countries, either as the national language, English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, or, as in the case of Indonesia, as the language of the constitution, in this case, Dutch. That means that the multilingualism of the African continent and other continents was drastically minimized in the course of colonialism and is still an important theme of decolonization today. If I think of the work of Ngui wa Thiong'o and his essays on African languages and literature. An authoritative writer on the African continent, a continent not often honored with Nobel Prizes in literature. As the discussion around this year's Nobel laureate, Abdul Razak Gurnah, showed. And as Bhakti Sringapur noted on the website, Africa is a country. For all the joy of awarding the prize to an African author, Ngui wa Thiong'o has not yet received the prize. And whether Sringapore asks if there is an elephant in the room, because Abdul Razak Gurnah writes in English. And the path of indigenous African languages to the podium of Nobel laureates seems to be still a very long way to go. With this brief digression on the subjugation and annihilation of indigenous languages, which takes on great importance, especially in the context of decolonization, I would like to point out that the multilingualism of society, or even of a world society, is quite complex. And yet, beyond this circumstance, one can state that multilingualism is a circumstance that is a normal state for the majority of the world's population. The ability to think, feel, and be at home in different languages is the rule rather than the exception. The ability to be able to switch between different concepts and thinking figurations of space, time, and universal reference. The ability, for example, to notice the gendered language of German with great astonishment when one learns German from Turkish, for example, and wonders that objects also have a gender, or why is it called die Tür and der Stuhl? Thus, the art and society magazine Freizeit in the early 2010s testified to the transcultural dimension of German language and cultural production. Out of this context, well-known authors have emerged who now occupy the German stage, such as Sascha Mariana Salzmann or Dennis Utlu. A magazine that focused on the play of the German language when native tongue habits were broken and given new meaning. A linguistic ability that inhabits new spaces and languages. When I think here of the work of Sascha Stanisic, Sharon Dodua-Otu, Feridun Zaimoglu, Olivia Wenzel, Senturan Barantaraja, Emine Sevgi Özdamar, and many others. Finally, I would like to mention the author Yoko Tawada, a Japanese author who lives in Germany, who is literarily processed being a stranger in the German language and has written wonderful texts, also about Europe. And I'd already talked about colonial Europe, and I would like to close with a quote from Yoko Tawada. Actually, you can't tell anyone, but Europe doesn't exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ha, for your input. That was a lovely conclusion as well. So if I listen to the examples that you mentioned, all three of you, I would say that cultural expressions anchored in culture are also always exist in the field of tension of two movements. On the one hand, the construction of two homogeneous units, or at least one homogeneous unit, which is the identity of one's own, and then the contrast to that is the foreign, the other. And then, on the other hand, it becomes apparent that both the own and the foreign are already always hybrid. So language, literature are always hybrid. And we saw that language always mixed with other languages who never have one pure language. And literature reflects on that. You mentioned Emine Sevgi Özdamar. In Grandfather's Tongue, the narrator learns the Turkish protagonist learns Arabic in German, and she learns that Arabic words are often the root of Turkish words. So there are many more examples like that, I would say. So I would be interested to hear how can the hybridity of one's own can be highlighted so that we can be open to the other? Or is that we strive for identities? Is that another important aspect? How can we create a stable identity if we take that hybridity into mind and if we don't want to hide away that hybridity? That question goes to all three of you. That's a tough question, I'd say. What does that even mean, stable identity? If we look at the identity discourse that exists today, I think we get the feeling that we are looking for stable identities, and only a few decades ago, it was perceived as liberating that boundaries became more and more fluid. And that is a development of that discourse that goes back into looking to fix an identity, looking for fixed foundations. I mentioned Annette von Droste-Hülshoff's way of dealing with identities, and I think she does it quite differently than our contemporary literature does, especially when we look at sounds from the Orient. It's a lot about boundaries, and at the same time, she reflects on what those boundaries actually cause. She reflects on the brutality of those boundaries, and by highlighting that, she tries to take the boundaries that exist in her time, the boundaries that she faces herself personally as author, as a woman, and she tries to highlight those boundaries through her poetry. She criticizes the boundaries, she reflects on them, and maybe she tries to actually put fixed identities into question. Just because that was my example that I mentioned with Özdamar, I think identity is stable if it evolves. If that process stops, identity gets destabilized. So that process of identification is crucial here. If you read literature, you identify with different protagonists with different figures, with others you don't identify. And that is true for the entire society as well. You always evolve. It's always a process. If you look into your own biography as well, you see a lot of shifts there. And I think we can approach that question of identity if we take those microstructures in mind. And that is why I mentioned I want to differentiate between the actually and the unactually. Because the real differentiation is the differentiation between the public and the personal, the private. You take something from yourself and you try to reflect that somewhere, and you might see different practices, and then you need to translate that. Robert Ezra Park did exactly that in Chicago in the 1920s, 1930s, when in the south of the US, many black people migrated to Chicago in order to find work there. So that was multiculturalism back then. And that's when one of the first migratory studies actually got around, were constructed, and when it became about appropriation. And back then, that was seen as the future of civilization. What I mentioned with Özdamar, she plays the Turkish person in order to play to the other person to show we are equals, we are the same. So that's a transcultural overlap here in her practice. And she talked about an opportunity for existing in that situation. So I think it's important when we talk about racism and many other important debates, it's important that we look at convivience, at coexistence. We are here together in a shared space, and we need to find ways to talk to each other. And what I see in films, in media, everywhere, there are always conversations, and that is what fills literature with life. Literature lives on stereotypes, that I play a specific role, that connection between the public and the private space, actually and unactually. These processes, if these processes are stable, then identity is stable. But it also means that I am vulnerable in the public space. But if I only listen to the word foreigner, or let's just take the question, where are you from originally? In the 1980s, that was an element to start a conversation. It was just to start a conversation. Now, that might be perceived as racism if you ask, where are you from? I understand that if you are born here and you get that question, that you're angry about that. But you need to understand that the other side, and here we have a failure of the majority of the society, that the majority of the society does not know about that migrant history. And we need to spread that knowledge. And then at one point, people won't need to ask that question anymore. But that question can be a sign of interest in the other. And if we take that speculative space and take that question, for example, and then interpret it in a single way, then that's a problem, because that stops that process. That would be my answer. Maybe about the differences that overlap. I thought that was interesting. It was something that all three of you mentioned. You all showed that there's not that one big cultural difference between the own and the foreign, but that it's always overlapping. Old, young, man, woman, poor, rich. I find it especially interesting and striking when we talk about gender questions. That is also what Annette von Droste-Hülshoff wrote about, and it's very clear that she tried to talk about gender boundaries in the sounds of the Orient. How does that work in contemporary literature? Are we also talking about gender and cultural boundaries in the same way? Yeah, absolutely. I moderated Mango Yababi. I don't know if you know the column. I read her. I really loved her novel, Of Yabogi-Farah, and she looked at queer people, at people of color, and she differentiated between those groups. But when it is about the white German person, then they are of the same opinion. And I asked, why is there not one good white person? Wasn't there always one good white person? Even during the barbarism of slavery in the US, there was always one good white person. Even if white people committed those atrocities, there was always room for one figure. And why does that not exist in your literature? Why is that? And she couldn't answer. She said, yeah, right, there's something wrong here. So there's where a potential lies. We can take that queerness that goes for new forms of community, for new forms of sisterhood, but the majority of society is homogenized. And that is something where I see a lot of potential in literature. And I think that with the majority of society, with white Germans, this author is too critical. She treats them as if they are the colonizers from yesteryear. And that is not true, because there's also a process happening there. So integration has been a huge topic since the 2000s, and that's just not reflected in that book. Maybe I can ask a question about Droste-Hülshoff. Annette von Droste-Hülshoff spoke a dialect with the servants, with her nurse, with the farmers. She spoke something that is closer to Dutch. She spoke Low German rather than High German. And when we look at the sounds from the Orient and other works of her, we always find those Low German terms there. So she has a hybrid language herself already. So I would ask you, Ms. Wagner-Egelhaaf, how would you judge that? How important is that multilingualism of Annette von Droste-Hülshoff? Of course, she wrote in High German, but she lived in different languages. Do you think that plays a bigger role in research than what research has discovered until now? And another question to Ms. Ha and Mr. Ezli, and also to Ms. Wagner-Egelhaaf. Are there any parallels here to contemporary authors that write in a different language, in a different culture, who maybe were born here, second or third immigrant generation, but they still speak and hear the language of their parents and grandparents? Do you think that is something we can compare here, that dialect of Droste-Hülshoff and another language?
Well, Droste's texts weren't written in dialect, but there are some regional specificities that can be found, and I think they're very important in her work. But they are not just connected with the language, but the regional elements with Droste comes in many different forms. The landscape, then also when you look at the description of personalities, of characters. So the typical Westphalian, for example, that she describes in Bei uns zu Lande, auf dem Lande. It's almost a caricature. Or also dishes that are prepared and that are very typical for the region. The names of these dishes are probably not known all over Germany. So this multilingual aspect, yes, that exists in her text. And I think so far there is no systemic research that was done on that. A couple of years ago, I did a seminar together with a colleague of mine who's a linguist, and the seminar was about the regional aspects of language in literature. And we looked at Droste's text, but also at authors like Mörike, Uwe Jonsson, authors, canonical authors, really. And then we realized that the regional aspects and the dialects play a way bigger role than what is negotiated in literature sciences. And I think, yes, it would make sense to look at Droste's texts. But then I think you also have to look at the context. So what are the characters like? What is the context? What is the surrounding? But yes, of course, even when she said, I want people to read about me in 100 years, she did want to make sure that people would read her all around Germany or even around the world. So it is a dimension that is there, but it's not predominant. But that's probably not what you wanted to say with your question. Thank you. Maybe Ms. Ha? The question was, I think, or maybe I don't know if that answers your question, but if you could compare, for example, the dialect or multilingual aspects. But when I heard your question, I thought, okay, is it about that change of roles? Or is it, and that's what I wanted to talk about in my text, is it maybe, does it have to do with competence to change perspectives? Because if I can speak one language, then it enables me to have a different perspective on other language, to maybe understand it in a different way. And that also has to do with the first question, stable identity, because my first reaction was, what do we even need a stable identity for? Why would that be relevant for us to even reflect on stable identity? And Mr. Özkan Ezli talked about processes of identification and to actually think about that. But at the same time, I think the question about stable identities goes hand in hand with not just looking at the personal level and to articulate one's own identity that is being questioned also when we talk about gender identity or the question about sexual identity. All of a sudden there is this diversity, and at the same time we live in a time when the question about national identity is all of a sudden way more present in a authoritarian way. And I think it is really a struggle about what the meaning of identity is. And the field of tension for me isn't just to ask about identity on an individual level, but to also think about a collective identity and the question of belonging. A nation does play a big role in this discourse for social political questions that we try to discuss here. Thank you very much. I think national literature, the Center of Literature, actually thought of that word. That was one of the reasons why we wanted to organize this event, because we wanted to ask ourselves, okay, we have all this in stock. How can we rethink national literature? How can we maybe overcome this term? And German literature, how can we read German literature in a different way? And Annette von Droste-Hülshoff, I think she's such an amazing example, because you said Schlüter and Jungkamp, the edition of 1838, they didn't even publish the sounds from the Orient, despite the fact that Annette von Droste-Hülshoff wanted it, because it was too foreign and it sort of didn't go hand in hand with the image of this time. And Paul Heyse III, who also received a Nobel Prize for Literature, he wrote a poem about Annette, and it ends that way: growing up lonely in the homeland field, lonely despite heartfelt serious longing for love, collecting eternal profit in silence, clinging to God and nature alone, all your tears ripened into pearls, thus you became Germany's greatest poet. And yes, she is one of Germany's greatest poets. I think we all agree on that, and I think she rightly is so. But how can we maybe liberate her even more than in the last decades? How can we help her free herself from that obligation to supporting the founding of the nation state? What started during the Peace of Westphalia was accomplished with Germany being founded as a state in back then. And that's when Annette von Droste-Hülshoff became a national poet, one could say. Ms. Wagner-Egelhaaf pointed out how we can also kind of interpret her in a very different way, as a very open-minded writer. But these other lectures also exist, and my question would be, how can we make sure that Annette von Droste-Hülshoff can be one of the other authors, more hybrid authors, who are open towards other languages and experiences? Can we read her that way? Is that possible, and how can we do so? Well, I would say the best way of doing that is to actually read her texts, to read them again and again. One example would be das geistliche Jahr, the spiritual year. For a long time, that was perceived as religious poetry. And yes, it is religious poetry, because she wrote a poem for each day of the spiritual year. And yes, she writes about religious issues, the biblical texts that are sort of go for each day. But some of those poems are almost atheist poems. They sort of speak up against that religious interpretation of poems. And if you see that, then you do realize that it is very difficult to categorize her, even though that people try to do that for a long time. What is also happening right now, and it's very good that we do so, is that we point out how modern her poems are, that she was a modern poetess, that she wasn't a conservative Westphalian lady. And that's good, because she was very modern. Nonetheless, we have to see her as a child of her time. Modern elements that trespass that era, yes, they are there, but nonetheless, we have to realize the changes that took place during her time. And I think that sometimes it is important to also see it as part of the process, if the dimensions that are sort of related to each other. And I think the sounds from the Orient are a very good example for that. Of course, you can find cliches in there. Orientalism in the first half of the 19th century, all that can be found in this wonderful poem, in some of the poems that we really love. But if you take a closer look, then you can also find a lot of brutality and violence. And I don't think you can read it in a way that you could say, okay, well, the Orient was simply brutal and people were cruel. Crossing the individual border, leaving that sort of confidence, that is something that is understood as something violent and introduced into the Orient. That's what is within it. It's not the Orient that is violent. No, it's the limits, the boundaries of myself that are tested in this way. Yes, and I would like to add to that. That's absolutely wonderful. I really like your analysis from '96. We talked about it before. You analyzed some of her poems. And when I reread the sounds from the Orient, I noticed one thing. It's not Orientalism. So Ms. Ha talked about the progress and the opposite, but that's not what is found there. No, she describes passion. That's what I find there. She writes about violence in a transcultural way that can be found in different directions. And there is the existential level. And that's where you can find the connection. That novel, the Ingeborg Bachmann Prize, was awarded. And it's an existentialist, surrealist text. But in the end, it's about that experience in Turkey, the coup d'etat in Turkey, how she dealt with that. So violence is in the center. And everything that comes from the outside, the violence, to bring that back into what is actually existent leads to a new realism. And I mean, what she does is cultural appropriation, and Özlem also did that. But this form of cultural appropriation, identity is part of the process, and it's also a process where many others can relate to, because that experience of violence is a global phenomenon. All of us are torn apart. All of us have experienced loss. And I have to say, I actually enjoyed that even more than Goethe's West Eastern Divan, because that's just a talk between two guys. What you find there are two, well, let's not call them old white men, because they might not necessarily be old white men. Yes, but I agree. And when I read the sounds from the Orient again, then I realized, and I worked with those texts in '96 the first time, and I didn't realize it back then, that Droste actually goes way further than the West Eastern Divan. The West Eastern Divan is sort of an illusion, this sort of very harmonic discussion between two who try to understand each other. They're almost forced to talk in harmony, and it's almost a lie. It's yes, and Droste, with her text, is way more honest. She goes right in there, and it can be shocking. And then you try to find aspects that could help in understanding each other. Yes, it's very different. Yes, it's no guideline for how to reach an understanding between the Occident and the Orient. So she actually looks right at the foundation, yes, and the society as well. So this love story, you know, it's always about hierarchy that leads to violence, killings. That, yes, that can be translated. It's a process. That's what literature does. I thought that was I enjoyed reading it again.
Do we have 5 minutes left? Perfect, perfect. Mr. Ette, you wanted to ask a question. So 2 points. You talked about making identity more fluidifying identity. That's important, I'd say, and I would like to differentiate identity on object level and on a research level. So we need to tackle questions of identity that are being talked about on a literary level. But if we use that term of identity, that's always an othering of other groups, of other individuals, and that doesn't have a scientific basis. And that is something that all the different readers have shown since the 70s, since the 80s. It's a very complex term that can be used politically, and we see that at the moment very clearly. It is used to alienate others, to ostracize others. It is used as a political weapon. And another proposition that I would make, I would like to add to the differentiation that you mentioned between actually and unactually. My proposition would be that there should be a third category, and a third category, so actually, unactually, and nextually, you could say. So when Özlama talks about the tongue, so that movement between the two extremes, that third term, eigentlich, nextually, would actually add something in between those two terms. So that turn of the tongue would be reflected there. That mobility is also an important part of coexistence. Mobility is the foundation for coexistence, you could say. So there is an element right there that concerns a basic knowledge, a basic understanding of how we can live together and the concept. And I just thought that fit very well with your concept. Thank you very much. I think we have 3 minutes left. And Mr. Albrecht would like to say something? No, you wouldn't? All right, then we have time to respond to Mr. Ette's comment. If anyone would like to do that. Yeah, it wasn't really a question, right? It was a proposition, and I think it was a good one that we should think about, because I asked myself, will we ever get away from all that polarization? That's what I asked myself. Also thinking about actually and unactually. It seems to be difficult to leave that polarization behind us, because maybe that's just the way we think. And I tried to take the unactually and see it in the following way. See it not as an absolute category. It's a category of distancing. It's not a fixed position. Unactually can be a lot. So it could also be scalable. That was just my process of thinking about that. So that term of nextually would actually fit with that very well. Yeah, Ottmar, that's a lovely parenthesis that you open there, because that movement is in there, and that adds to the two sides. With Özlama, there's a game, and she plays that game. That's how we analyzed it. She, as a narrator, is inside that game, and she makes herself visible in her poems. And that is where we saw that movement. So that's why I think that's an interesting parenthesis, because taking that term, actually, that can actually contribute to scaling the term. Heidegger talks about it as a public space, a space where people aren't decided yet, where a lot can still happen. So yeah, it's really the connection between those levels, and you need that connection. You need a specific distance if you want to approach someone. If you only have that naturally, you can't approach anyone either. You need to have the two sides, and you need to be able to negotiate those sides. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to close this panel. So we are going to take that new term, naturally, in addition to actually and unactually, we're going to take that home with us. And let's reread Annette von Droste-Hülshoff with that new term in mind. Thank you to our guests. Thank you to all three of you for being here with us. Thank you to our audience as well. And I would like to say thank you to the team of the Center of Literature for organizing this so well.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second panel of today's workshop day, together with Dr. Iuditha Balint, with Dr. Markus Stumpf, and Dr. Manuel Gogos. My name is Nesrin Tanç. Our second panel, Post-Westphalian Literature Archives, is dealing with literature archives. And before I introduce my guests who are working in this field, archives, literature, and culture, before I do that, I would like to just say a couple of introductory words from my perspective. Archival materials are central to research on cultural life. And this includes, above all, the literary estates of writers, artists, authors, publishers' archives, associations, as well as municipal archives, libraries, and museums, where you can also, for example, find documents on award ceremonies or other important informations. Archives regulate the accessibility of information. That's a fact that really fuels the discourse about the archive. The archive discourse had its peak in the 1990s, when the change of political systems, the German reunification, the so-called Wende, the transformation, and the reform discourses around the so-called Verbetriebswirtschaftlichung occupied the social and cultural sciences as well as the philologies. So for some time now, also with the DOMIT that Dr. Gogos will talk about in his speech and the social discourses, the archive topic has been booming. I am today speaking and presenting this event as a literary and cultural scholar who has studied Turkish literature about North Rhine-Westphalia, specifically the Ruhr region. I was particularly focused on Fakir Baykurt, just one example, who is a heavyweight in the international reception of regional literature, as well as protest literature and the literature of the village institutes and literature about the so-called guest workers in Germany. He lived in North Rhine-Westphalia for 20 years and wrote a trilogy that was received and perceived internationally as the Duisburg trilogy. He also wrote a novel and several dozen stories about the city of Duisburg, the life in Duisburg, the life in the Ruhr region, and the life in North Rhine-Westphalia and Germany as a whole. He saw himself as an active part of this region and of Ruhr literature and spent about 20 years writing about the people in this region from a Turkish perspective. He built a network of comrades in arms, such as the publisher Hüseyin Çölgeç'in with the Ortaköy Publish House, or the Münster-based Molla Demirel or Niki Aidenaya. And I particularly enjoyed, Mr. Gogos, to read in your book that Niki Aidenaya brought you to work at DOMIT. I came across Niki Aidenaya through her trilingual anthology Kalimeraba, Greek, German, Turkish reading, co-edited with Arzu Toker in 1992. You briefly discuss Fakir Baykurt in your book, and numerous publications can be found in DOMIT. Iuditha, some publications can also be found in the Fritz Höser Institute as well, and the literature card of the story collection Duisburg Trenne, which we created in 2019, is already hanging in the Fritz Höser Institute. So thank you again for your commitment. So there are numerous cross-connections and links between, for example, the Greek and the Turkish group of writers, publishers, etc., that illustrate the relevance of literary production in different ways on several levels, especially in the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia. I did not find much in the literary and urban historical archives during my research between 2017 and 2019. And that is why I want to focus on this topic during this panel. DOMIT was an important source. Only through the collections and private archives was it possible for me to mark something like historical reference points, for example, example, for those who we now call post-migrants. And I was able to compile volumes of literary works for my topic, the Order of Diversity in the Ruhr area. I wrote many times about the situation of archives, and I would like to start our panel by drawing attention to the literal estates of Turkish, Kurdish, Greek, Armenian, Damalian, former Yugoslavian authors, and the safekeeping of historically relevant documents relating to literature in the working groups, publishing houses, and individual actors have so far been largely excluded from this system and from the reception. Also in North Rhine-Westphalia, where a considerable number of descendants of immigrants live. Why is this the case? That's the main question that we try to look at during this panel. And how can we gather the knowledge of literature of this migration system? How can we integrate it into the archives? So with these questions in mind, I would like to introduce my panelists on detail. Dr. Iuditha Balint is a literature and cultural studies scholar, and since 2018, she's also the director of the Fritz Hüser Institute for Literature and Culture of the Working World, based in Dortmund. She studied Germanistics and philosophy in Mannheim and Heidelberg, and received her doctorate in 2015 with a dissertation Erzählte Entgrenzung, Narratives of Work at the Beginning of the 21st Century. In the spring 2022, she will be a Max Kade visiting professor at the University of Cincinnati. Dr. Markus Stumpf studied history, Germanistics, and literature and historical auxiliary sciences in Mainz, Aachen, and Bonn. He did his doctorate in medieval history in Munich after an archival traineeship. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Between 2000 and 2008, he worked in various functions at the Landesarchiv North Rhine-Westphalia, and ever since 2008, he has been working as the head of the LWL Archive Office for Westphalia, which is also the Archive Advisory Office for the non-governmental archives in Westphalia-Lippe. He's also archive director of the so-called Vereinigte Westfälische Adelsarchive. He has been the chairman of the Federal Conference of Municipal Archives at the German Association of Cities. Dr. Manuel Gogos holds a PhD in literature. And I quote, he is the son of a Greek father and the father of a German son. His grandfather was a soldier in the German Wehrmacht. His other grandfather was a Greek smuggler in the resistance movement against the German occupiers. Manuel Gogos works as a freelance author, writes features for Deutschlandfunk, and produces films for Arte. From 2002 to 2005, he worked for the Domit in Cologne as part of the Migration Project. The Domit is the documentation center and museum on migration in Germany. Since 2005, he has been operating his agency for intellectual guest work in Bonn. As a curator and curatorial consultant, he is specialized in the museumization of migration history. His book, The Memory of the Migration Society, Das Gedächtnis der Migration, on the culture of memory in the Migration Society and the history of the Migration Museum in Germany, was recently published in October 2021. Welcome to all of you, and congrats on the publication. Dr. Gogos, may I ask you to start with your input, followed by Dr. Iuditha Balint and Dr. Markus Stumpf. Yes, of course. So I'll start right away. I hope everybody can hear me. So I am speaking here on behalf of Domit. I wrote this book. Domit, the initiative, is 30 years old, and I started back then. Well, it was initiated by Turkish intellectuals, a Turkish intelligentsia in 1980 after the coup d'etat. They had to flee from Turkey and arrived in Germany. They then met other Turkish people in Germany who had arrived here 30 years earlier, who had written their own history in Germany without anybody wanting to read that history or their story. Nobody was interested. And that is why I think it is important to mention Domit, even though Domit isn't necessarily a literature archive, but it is an archive that consists of stories. And that's essential because those Turkish intellectuals then started to write down the stories, the history of those people. They traveled through the whole country, visited people all over Germany, and wrote down these different stories from a perspective of migrants, first-generation migrants. And that is what can now be seen in Domit, in this archive. And after that, during different exhibition projects, in particularly the project Migration that I worked with since 2002. I worked on that project for 3 years, and there we worked with Greek guest workers. So one could say people like my father, and I interviewed them. I asked them about their perspective and whether it was similar to the other perspectives. We then tried to broaden the perspective. We also looked at the GDR contract workers. And another thing that is important about Domit that we have to keep in mind, it's a documentation archive, but at the same time, it's also a place where we collect three-dimensional things. Domit always try to make sure that those stories that can be read there can be connected to objects of things that can be memorized. Or to put it differently, I did that work myself. We talked to time witnesses, that we visited people who lived there, went into their houses and looked at objects that those people have carried with them through their whole life. So that object is related to their story. And within that narrative, within that story of migrants, especially in those important moments of arrival, for example, of change, things occur that are linked to those stories. And at the same time, Domit tried to found a documentation center where that multitude of stories, migration stories, that the whole migrant society can be found there in all its diversity. Because we try to keep the perspective and look at all those different stories. At the same time, of course, we try to conceptually also work on that idea of a documentation museum. So we didn't just want to write down or safeguard those stories. We also wanted to tell the stories. We wanted to make sure that we have a space where we can tell these stories. So we needed to create a museum where that could happen. And what was very nice for me and also very satisfying was that that book ended with a sort of happy end. During the writing, during the research, the decision was taken on a federal government level that the museum would be created. It's going to be located in Cologne, so that we can make sure that it's in an urban environment. We're working on the concepts at the moment in order to make sure that there is a place where this multilingualism, this multitude of stories of migrants can be accessible for a society that is affected by migration. We are all part of this transformation process. And yes, that is why we are now talking about a post-migrant society. So this house, this museum is going to open in 2022. An international museum, and the sponsor, or what is really driving this whole idea, this institution, was really this small association of migrants that was founded in 1982 in Essen in a garage. So that's an incredible story if we keep that in mind. And I try to write that story down in my book.
Thank you very much. Dear Iuditha, would you like to continue? Yes, I'd love to. I would also like to say thank you for the invitation. I'm very much looking forward to the conversation. And I had to think of Silicon Valley after what we heard right now, where big corporations are active right now, and we don't know how things are going to develop. So I speak on behalf of the Fritz Hüser Institute for Literature and Culture of the Working World. And yeah, since the very beginning, the principle of diversity was key here, was key for the Institute as well. The Institute was created from a private archive, which was the private collection of Fritz Hüser, who started after the Second World War to collect literature of workers and the working class. That was not an easy task, because those works were, as we all know, not the favorite works of the National Socialists. So those works were largely destroyed and not available anymore. Collecting traditional literature, that one thing that Fritz Hüser did was one thing, but he then started also collecting bilingual and multilingual literature. He did so because the so-called guest workers, so migrant workers in Germany, also created literature, and they wrote in their own languages. And those literatures we also have a literature estate in our archive of an Italian guest worker who writes mostly in German but adds and plays with Italian in his work. So if you want to understand that, you need to understand Italian as well. What's also interesting are inventories in Esperanto. So worker Esperanto is something that we have a lot. One colleague of ours works on that. It's a colleague who speaks Esperanto, actually. Then we also have inventories. We have estates from vagabond authors, vagabond painters as well. And they created their works in different languages as well. What's interesting when it comes to the vagabond movement is that that literature is transnational. Boundaries are regularly crossed. Whether boundaries are known in that work, of course, is a different question, but they are crossed. So it's very interesting to have such an archive, which is an archive where different languages are represented. Turkish, Italian, Yiddish, Esperanto, Polish. I just recently found a Hungarian document, and Hungarian is my mother tongue, so I was very happy about finding that document. So it's lovely to have that multitude of languages, but it's also very much needed. And that is what our current focus is. We don't only want to represent that diversity, we also want to bring it into society. So especially when we have an archive that is focused on a specific topic, such as ours, our archive is focused on the world of work. There's different archives where there are literary estates, premature estates as well. And they exist with private individuals. They have documents in their collections, documents that would really need to be put into an archive. If we want to reflect a majority of society, and when I talk about a majority of a society, I don't speak about German-speaking society, but I talk about a multilingual society. And if you want to reflect that in an archive, you need experts, such as I, for example, who know where different pieces are, where different documents are, where they're stored. You need people who have contact to people storing those, and you need to have contacts to institutions, to archives. Thank you, Iuditha. Dear Markus Stumpf, would you like to carry on? Yes, I'd love to. First of all, it was lovely listening. Yesterday, I logged on to the live stream, and now I wonder, what am I actually doing here? I feel like I'm just a person supposed to carry furniture. So you might ask yourself as well, what does that guy do here? Why is he here? That didn't become clear when I was introduced either. And I wrote that introduction, by the way. So we have an archive in my institution as well, but we are a Westphalian archive for literature and have been for 20 years. So I was invited by Jörg Albrecht. He had told me what was going to talk about here, and the big question was, can only German language texts belong in German literature archives, and can we make borders more fluid? So I thought about how can I make that tangible. And for the first question that came up was, what is a literature archive? If you look at it from an institution point of view, you have to say, well, everyone could be an archive. Everyone can open a literary archive if they want to, because it's not a trademarked term. Of course, there's many serious and also successful attempts as founding literature archives. There are those independent archives, but literary archives can also be a part of libraries, can develop also out of places of remembrance. If, for example, an author dies or is born in a house, then that house is often used for an archive. So what is actually an inventory? Well, easy, an accumulation of text, images, and sounds. Very often those are not put in a specific order, and then someone comes in and says, okay, this is an archive now because those documents are important and need to be preserved. So what do you find in those literary archives? From the perspective of literary or archival sciences, you have those estates, you have literary estates, and they are then formed into the inventory of an archive. They are put in order or put in disorder, as people working in archives often say, when other people actually created an order, because everyone thinks that their order is the best. So those documents are then put in boxes, and then that constitutes an inventory, an archive holding. So is that always texts? Yes and no. I probably rather no. We should also discuss the question, what is a text actually? We can discuss about that for years. In archives, we find many things. There are texts, but there are also items that may contain text, but also things that are completely different. Photos, records, knick-knack, memorabilia, something that doesn't contain any text at all. Then we have databases, collection of notes. There might be bills, train tickets, bus tickets. Maybe you know the short story of Woody Allen, where he talks about laundry lists. He actually makes fun of literary scientists and archival scientists, because he says in this short story he creates the picture of someone who archives the laundry lists of a fictitious poet who is called Metterling. So that is the question you can ask yourself. There are goods that need to be archived, but there are also ungoods in that regard. There are bad items. If I look in an archive, I often see that there are many things that are missing in the archive, but I also see things that maybe shouldn't be in the archive, but now you can't throw them out anymore because they are part of the archive. About German language, of course, in German language archives, you don't only need to have German language texts. That is a question that is not really relevant because that was never really the case. There is no archive where only German texts are collected. If we think about the Goethe-Schiller archive, for example, those poets, those authors didn't only write in German, they wrote letters in other languages as well. And then we have estates of migrants in Marbach, for example. There's many texts, many material in other languages. And the question whether estates of German reading and German writing authors should be archived, and only if the question if only those German texts should be archived, I don't think anyone would agree with that. So there is no limitation there. And if we turn that around a little bit, and you could ask the following question, if a German archive would say, or if a German archive would be offered the estate of a Georgian author who never wrote in German, only in Georgian and Russian, who has no connection to Germany. So even if that author would have been important, any serious German archive would say, doesn't really make sense. It would make more sense to archive that estate in Tiflis, in Georgia, because archives should always be there where they are useful, where they can be used by the population. So our main topic is literature, authors who live in Germany, maybe don't only have a 100% German background. Of course, the estates of those authors are very interesting to us. Let's stick with the Georgian example, Nino Haratishvili, for example. If that estate is offered to an archive in the future, all the archives will want to have that estate. We're talking about post-Westphalian literature archives, so I asked myself the question, what does that mean? What does that term actually entail? As a historian, I think that attempt to take the piece of Westphalia, activate it as political scientists do, and I don't really agree with that. Post-Westphalian world order is something that is said in political science, but most historians don't really agree with that. I think it's an interesting term. It's really interesting because I didn't think of the post-Westphalian world order first. I thought about the question, what is actually Westphalian? I wasn't born here in Westphalia, but I've lived here for quite some time. And now I work in an institution that belongs to an association that is very much based in Westphalia, which is maybe even fixated on Westphalia. And I still can't answer the question, what does actually define Westphalian literature? How can we define that? How can you actually measure that? I don't think you can. And if we look at the inventory of my archive, the Westphalian Literature Archive, what are we archiving? We are archiving the words of Westphalian authors. And who are those? Are that authors who were born in Westphalia? Yes, they're born here or they have anything to do with Westphalia. Droste-Hülshoff probably saw herself as Westphalian, but not only as Westphalian. That is clear. Who was the founding author of our archive? That was the poet Ernst Meister from Hagen. And he actually has a lovely quote. He says, it's really lovely to see how through many friends my poems have been brought to the furthest away regions in Westphalia. And I often thought an apple that falls from the tree can come to rest right next to the trunk, but it can also roll somewhere else. And wherever the apple stays, that apple always remains the apple from that specific tree. And Ernst Meister didn't want to have his estate in the archive of Marbach. He wanted to have his estate in Westphalia. But that's not the rule. That's the exception. A couple of years ago, for example, we took a part of Wiglaf Droste's estate. He was born in Herford in 1922, and he then moved on to Berlin, to Leipzig, then to Upper Franconia. So is Wiglaf Droste, is he a Westphalian? Well, he was born here, but his works, I don't think they have anything to do with Westphalia. And in 2008, Tilman Ramstedt, who was born in Bielefeld, he received the Droste Award. And in his speech, he said, well, thank you for that award, but why am I getting this award? I'm not really a Westphalian author. Or why do you think I'm a Westphalian author? So that's maybe something that we can talk about in a minute. I think we need to really broaden our horizon. Right now, the inventories that we have in our archive got here by accident, you could really say. But what is important, and that is something that we heard again and again, is that we want to really reflect the diversity of languages and literature that exists in this region. We want to reflect and document that in our archive. And you said that in your introduction. Authors and Beikurt, for example, they also need to be put into our archives. That is very clear. And this year in the Marbach Literature Archive, a document was posted, and Sandra Richter looked at what the literature archive of the future would be. And she said an archive always takes on the political circumstances, but it's not a political archive. In the sense of Enlightenment, an archive needs to be neutral, needs to be impartial. It collects without regard to nationality, gender, or opinion, but pays all the more attention to the representation in the archive of that which is literally and intellectually significant, provided it is in German language, originated in Germany, or was created in the context of German or German language culture. And we said, if Europe doesn't exist, and then Westphalia doesn't exist either.
Thank you very much for those very interesting insights. All three of them were very different, but nonetheless they had something in common. We all agree that the cultural life of immigrant life in Germany has to be collected and has to be archived. Mr. Gogos, you wrote a book about it. You wrote a book about the process of this grassroots movement from the Turkish archive that was founded in Essen until the opening of this Museum of Immigration in Cologne. And the last sentence in your book before the acknowledgement is, and I quote, that the Post-Migrant Museum can almost be thought of as a place where the post-migrant society learns to understand itself, not least by post-traumatic means. In this way, the Post-Migrant Museum could support the immigrant society in establishing a new transnational narrative community and in weaving a new, truly participatory, simultaneously worldly and utopian post-migrant we that no longer knows an exclusive you. I share this desire, and that is why I chose this quote, and that is why I wanted to read it here in front of all of you. I share this desire, but I would like to ask whether that wish, that desire, that institutions support the immigrant society in establishing a new transnational narrative community, making knowledge accessible to the public. Isn't that wish addressed to all literary and cultural institutions and not just the museum that you design that you thought about. So it doesn't even just suit the dormit or your imagination, but everything else as well, except the dormit. So all institutions. I say that because the dormit, as you said, isn't a literature archive. It's a collection of objects, of items. Some of it has to do with literature, other informations, but the estate, for example, or parts of the estate of Fakir Baykut can't be found in that archive, or at least they're not, well, then there's no information on that. So the opening of this house, the founding of this house is also a sort of question to all the other archives, the Fritz Höser archive, for example. So it's not something that you desire from dormit. That's not how I read it. It's more of a description of the status quo, of the foundation of this archive, and at the same time, it's a demand. It's something that you want from others. But I'm sure that many people will interpret it differently. They are going to say, okay, now dormit exists, and they are dealing with that. And I think that might be a bit of a risk. Would you maybe want to share your reflections on that? That's a very good question, and it's very justified. The utopia, of course, goes much further than just opening a house like that. It's a social utopia that I kind of design at the end as a forecast. I wrote on the Museum of Future. That was the topic of the anthology, and there I said something different. There I wrote, the Museum of the Future will be post-migrant or it will not be at all. It won't exist. So that refers to all institutions. So if you think about city museums, for example, if the city society should be represented in a city museum and the migration societies that we see on the streets, so the people who live in those cities, the migrant society is important. And if that is not reflected in museums, then at some point those museums will be deserted because there won't be a context. Nobody will have a sort of relationship to those museums. So, of course, all this has to grow on the topic of migration, and that is part of the post-migrant of that term, refers to the transformative process that affects all of us in all institutions. And migration, just like you said, I think is something that has an impact on everything, that is connected to everything. Nonetheless, I think it is important to have a place, a central place where these narratives, the stories of migrant and post-migrant societies meet is very important. This collective memory, we need a sort of center for that. I think that is an advantage. So there is this decentralized moment, but I think at the same time, yes, we have to open a center. There needs to be a room for that. Yes, so it's sort of, you ask for people to open that sort of room, and it's actually happening. You're describing those processes. And I think it's very interesting that you don't just talk about post-Westphalia, but also about post-migration. And you refer to the museum as a post-migrant museum. But if we look at the Fritz Höser Institution or the LWL Literature Archive, then I don't think we can call that post-migrant. So would you say that we are talking about two different worlds, two different archive terms in terms of societies, ideas of societies? Because I ask myself, how can we agree, not just in this discussion, but also in our day-to-day work? Very often, I feel like when people talk about the post-migrant, many institutional organizations are sort of scared because it's a statement, it's a political term. And Mr. Gogos, when you use that term, then I don't see it in a I don't understand it in a political way. It's more of a cultural era, a migrant, post-migrant area. Nonetheless, it is a term that is understood as a political term, and that is why I would like to ask you, Mr. Stumpf. Ms. Richter said that it's not the archive, Marbach isn't a political archive, but it's also not a place where post-migrant literature or these aspects are being collected. So could we say that the German literature archive, Marchive, the way it is right now, without wanting to criticize it at all, or without criticizing you as the head of that office, but how can we all reach how can we agree on something if we start using terms that don't exist in your archive? Same applies to the Fritz Hüser archive. Iuditha, I really appreciate your work, but at the end, it's a fact that Beikut's estates can't be found there, despite the fact that they should be there. And post-migrant society requires us to understand that heritage and to integrate it. Iuditha, did you want to add something to that? Yes, I would love to, because first of all, I wanted to also say something concerning your question to Manuel Gogos, whether it's not sort of risky to open DOMIT. Might that not lead to other archives saying, well, okay, now we have a centralized place where all that migrant, post-migrant literature is collected, so now it's not up to us anymore. Whether that is a risk, that was the question. I think that luckily we simply can't afford that anymore. Social discussions, social political discussions in our post-migrant society about the necessity of diversity and about reflecting diversity have become really loud. There's so many voices that ask for that, and that is why institutions luckily simply can't afford to not listen to those voices. And regarding the storage of certain collections and estates in certain estates, well, I think it's not even that important that a certain estate can be found in a certain archive. What is important is that that estate can be found somewhere and that all other archives or people interested know where to find it. So what we really need is more cooperation between literal archives and non-literal archives in this regard. We live in a society where information is one of the most important goods, and I think we should really use that when it comes to the archives. So actually, that makes me want to ask a question that I wanted to ask later, but I think it's a perfect moment for that. Iuditha, Mr. Stumpf, Mr. Gogos, when would be the right time? Iuditha, you were so right when you said we simply can't afford it. So yesterday would have been the right time to start opening or working with a post-migrant heritage to integrate that into the existing archives. But that's simply not the case. So when would be the perfect time? What do we need? You just said it yesterday. We should have acted yesterday. And I'd like to also talk about what was just mentioned, that post-migrant is sort of a scary term. Well, why would people get scared if it's not even part of the discourse, of the discussion? I'm under the impression that in our world, in the archive world, that's not part of the discussion. Yes, it has arrived, the term has arrived in other spheres, in the non-literal spheres. It's a very big topic, migration, post-migration. Yes, we want to document that in Germany, but we do have the following problem, and that's why I think the question was very justified, whether DOMIT is also a risk because archives think very much about, okay, who's responsible for that? So first of all, that happens on a regional level, for example. And that's where archives are responsible. In literature, it's different. So, okay, let's not focus on Westphalia, where we think we're responsible for Westphalian authors. But here we need a documentation profile. That's what we need. That's where we describe what it's really about, and that's where we sort of describe what we want to collect. And that's why, no, it's not yesterday, it is today. Today is the right time to start. That's why I think it's important that we're meeting here, because now is the time to introduce that into the discourse within literature archives. I'm under the impression that so far that's not established. We tend to speak about responsibilities, different authorities, and then we do have associations. But what actually happens is that there's not that much cooperation in the end, because everybody thinks, oh, I'm sure the other archive is going to deal with it. And that brings me back to DOMIT. I think there is a certain risk. Some colleagues will probably now lay back and say, okay, well, now we have this amazing museum for migration that works with the archive and current cards, so it's not up to us anymore. But it's not a literature archive. But it might have a department, we don't know that yet, but it's not a literature archive. Iuditha, you wanted to say something, you raised your hand?
Yes, thank you. I think it's very right. I totally agree with you, Mr. Stumpf. And I think we really need to counter that. And we need to counter it by supporting, by strengthening authors in understanding or in thinking about their estate and how their estate is going to be dealt with at one point in time. We need to support them there. We need to show them how they can make contracts with archives, for example, what archives would come into question for them, would be an option for them. And I think information is the most important step here. So when it comes to communication between the different archives and also the communication of archives with authors. An important example here is the following. I really want to mention that Adas Ölen and Emine Segen-Östermann have already given their estate to the Academy of the Arts in Berlin, and their estates have been accepted and they have been integrated into an archive. There's the Adas Ölen archive in the Academy of the Arts in Berlin, and there's also the Emine Segen-Östermann archive. And those are the only authors with a Turkish background or the only authors who also wrote in Turkish, who emigrated from Turkey. Those are the only authors with that background that can be found in German archives right now. There's also specific artifacts. There's different pieces in communal archives. For example, they're not in literature archives, but in communal archives. Because in the 60s, 70s, and the 80s, literature was understood or funded as social work and was supported via social work. Therefore, it fell under social services and not under literature, and that's how those pieces ended up in communal archives. And that shows how important it is. Iuditha, you said it, how important it is to archive those documents. But there's also a document that's called Kauschak. It's in the city's archive in Herford, but only a part of that volume is there. But if you find it in those archives because it was supported, it was funded via social services. However, that specific volume is one of the most important multilingual works that we have in Germany. So what's important here is, yes, we have a couple of points that we can connect to, but this work is still there. This is still to be done. DOMIT has been founded. Mr. Gogos talked about the collective memory of the migrant society. Dr. Ezli just talked about the narratives of migrant society. So in the active scientific discourse, many things are coming together already, and that's how we conceptualize this workshop, of course, but also outside of this conference, outside of this workshop, these discourses are being held, and often they're titled with the keyword post-migrant. That is a small problem. That stays a problem because that term is a political term, such as post-Westphalian. That's also a political term. And you underlined that you like that term, but you said at the same time that you are not a political scientist, but it is a term that comes from political sciences. Post-migrant is not a term that comes from political sciences, but it is used to speed up societal changes, also in politics. There's not post-migrant narratives yet. And as you, Mr. Gogos, use the term of post-migrant, that is not general knowledge. You use it in a way that underlines that this is your image of a migrant society. But it is fact that this term post-migrant is used in politics. And there are specific scenes, there are specific areas who just won't use that term. An archive should be a neutral and impartial place, and that's why I see that danger there. If we don't depoliticize, if we don't normalize those terms, such as the term of post-migrant, and if we don't use that term in a more natural process, not as a political term, if we don't do that, archives won't take on that knowledge, because that knowledge is going to be seen as political discourse or even a political fight. So that's just how I see it. It's right that you use the term as you do, but I still am worried about the fact that using those terms leads to archives not wanting to touch this material because they say this is too political for us, this is too current to us, we are not going to touch it. Maybe I'm too skeptical here, but I just wanted to mention it. I think Mr. Gogos wanted to say something, correct? I can go later. Yeah, you're talking about me all the time, as if I wasn't there with you in the room. Post-migrant? Yes, I agree. It's being used as a political term. I don't think that's a disadvantage. There are justified political demands connected to that term. For example, when it comes to the demand that we need to focus on this history. And therefore, that political demand is very valid. Post-migrant is a term that comes from theater, so it comes from a literary context. But I wanted to come back to DOMIT, and what we collect. DOMIT was mentioned again and again as a source of danger for the German's cultural scene. So there's a danger emanating from DOMIT because no one else is going to do anything in this regard now. I would say this is progress. If there is a place where people see, hey, this is where this specific document will have a home, those things aren't just thrown out in the streets anymore. Let me give you an example. I visited the Bavarian broadcasting service. They for decades had a television show that was broadcast in the language of guest workers. And the entire archive of that TV show was just thrown out, in the trash. I went there and I got those documents, I got those records and took them out of the trash, literally, to save them. So it's good that these things have a home now. Now let's make the connection to literature and culture. Domit comes from the guest worker research, but Domit has always seen these people as creative people, people that create culture, because this is about everyday culture. They made music that's also interconnected. There's figures who worked at the assembly line at Ford. In the morning and in the evening, they were pop stars. And there are millions of records that have been sold in Germany without the majority society noticing it. They didn't even hear those records. So it's a good thing that there is a space now for those cultural goods. And that brings me to my next point. What is the connection to other archives or other institutions of the cultural mainstream? And I see the opportunity for cooperation here, because everyone needs to be involved. This is relevant to everyone. If we look at the history of guest workers in this country, then let's take hip-hop. Let's take the history of hip-hop in Germany. The children of guest workers were instrumental to hip-hop. They co-invented hip-hop in Germany. They identified with the black ghettos in the US. They created their own language or their own way of rapping. They were the first people who rapped in German and also in Turkish. But it means that this is not just foreign music that was produced and listened to in Germany. No, it means that from that migrant history, impulses emanate that impact the mainstream culture. And the same is true for literature. If we talk about Beikus, then you could say, okay, this is maybe guest worker literature, and you could say if Domit has a library, then Beikus has its place there. But what about Göslem? Would we have to separate? Would we have to divide his works? Would we have to say his first works don't have anything to do with migrant history, so that should be in the German literature archive, and then the rest should be in the German literature archive? That should be at Domit? Strange. So I say we should really work together here. And Domit doesn't stop with guest worker history. When we look at cultural history, if we look at post-migrant history, then I think that the different archives should reach out to each other and should find an intelligent way of working together. Because in the end, it's going to be a competition. The archives are going to compete for the estates of different authors. And those estates are going to be interesting to all those archives. Thank you. I would love to open up the discussion. I would love to enable the audience to answer questions now, because I see two people raising their hands. Or would you like to contribute something, or would you like to say something, Mr. Stumpf? I just wanted to make something clear. I 100% agree with the fact that archives should cooperate. I'm just worried about one thing, and I know my colleagues. I'm worried that they understand teamwork as a system where someone else does your work and they don't have to do it. So that's just the worry that I have. So post-migrant, that term being a political term, that's not going to stop archives from archiving those things. I think which is more important is that you need to point out to them that literature is important, that it needs to be pointed out to them. This workshop is an important step, can be a step there, but we definitely need to make sure that the different archives understand that they need to archive those documents as well. I don't think that they are scared of that term post-migrant. I don't believe it. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but I think that the practical problems are more important here. They might think, oh, we don't have anyone here in our team who speaks Turkish or Kurdish, so those practical problems might be the issue when specific estates aren't accepted into an archive, or if they are offered that archives say, hey, maybe this fits better with another archive. So I think the practical issues are more important here. And I don't think that in my archive, the Westphalian Literature Archive, that we ever were in a situation where we had to turn down interesting documents. But you said you have interesting context there. Maybe we can come back to that.
Yes, I would love to keep the discussion running. There's so much more to talk about, but unfortunately we have to come to the end of the discussion. And I would like to actually ask the audience whether anybody would like to add something or ask questions. Yes, please. Go ahead. I'm not sure who was first. I think I saw two hands. Wonderful. I work in the Literary Commission, and we cooperate with the archive authorities. We cooperate and we work together on the Westphalian Literature Archive, and that is why I wanted to explain why at the moment our authors are so homogeneous. This has to do that the archive holding, usually it takes a while to collect works. So at the moment, we are dealing with authors who were born in the 1940s. And back then, there simply weren't that many authors of that generation who had a Turkish or an Arabic background. I'm sure this is something that will change in the next year. But Feridun Samoglu would be someone, for example, who is simply too young. We are still kind of working on the older generations, on archiving them. That is why I think we are probably reaching a point where the archive holdings in the next years are going to change because there is this change in generations. Yes, please. Is there a definition for post-migrant literature? I think from what I understood, they are first guest workers or children of guest workers, and that's mainly Turkey. Are there also Greek, Iranian, South American, Eastern European, also other authors write books? Or you mentioned the Japanese author, but are you focusing on work on guest workers, on Turkish guest workers, or does that term refer to other groups as well? Mr. Gogos, I think that question goes to you. Did you hear the question? Yes, of course. The answer would be no. Post-migrant doesn't just refer to Turkish, German literature, and I think that should be clear by that term. Migrant is something transnational, diaspora, and everybody with a migration background is meant by that, is included. And I think in the long run, post-migrant is defined, or to define that is a utopia or a political society, a general society where everybody who is part of that society is affected or has a migration background. So it is a social process, and that means that post-migrant literature has many voices, many languages. It's a narrative that is very diverse, and it doesn't have to do with German, Turkish guest workers in that sense. Yes, please. One more question. Thank you very much for the presentation. I thought it was very interesting to follow the discussion, but I come from a different perspective. So it's a lot of symbolism, what we heard about the archive work, about collecting works, and my experience is quite different. I conducted a study on intercultural, the intercultural situation in different cities in Germany, Eastern German cities and Western German cities. I visited the city archives, and regarding the documentation, I gotta say, it wasn't too impressive. What was interesting was that in Jena and in Gera, so in Eastern Germany, the representation was well better than in Western Germany. And then I realized, okay, those symbolic debates on post-migration and so on are really politically fueled, so that the municipal level, where the daily life of migration and its consequences takes place, that is not even included in those collections. I think that's great that you collect authors that you mentioned, but this day-to-day story of migration, that is something where I think that we should keep that in mind, and the city archives have to be involved. They have to be the ones to say, okay, there's a cultural story of migration. This intercultural week has been happening for decades. It takes place every year. Many people visited. I visited Frankfurt, and the director told me that I was the first one in 50 years to go there and visit the archive. There is this day-to-day story, and post-migration doesn't play a role there. The question here is, what was our day-to-day life? How did we live? How did the Germans see us? How did they produce us? How did we produce ourselves? And those stories, I think, are way more important that cities at a municipal level, bottom up, develop an understanding of heterogeneity. And I think, to be honest, to say that this is not political, Mr. Gogos, I'm sure your book is amazing and I will read it. I'm looking forward. But to say that the future theater, the future museum can only be post-migrant, that's a super political question. It's very exclusive. It's not integrative. Because I look at the different social structures and I look at authors, writers, I look at the commissioner for integration who organized those intercultural weeks. And there's so much knowledge that we could use. And we have to focus on the different levels, and we have to sort of tune it down a little bit. And I sort of feel uncomfortable that those political discourses can lead to the opposite. Neither the Commissioner for Integration in Jena nor in Gera understand or work with the term transculturality or post-migration. And here I think the city archives play a very important role. Thank you very much. Mr. Gogos, would you like to answer if you want? I can't see you right now, but would you like to comment on that?
Also, ich glaube, ich bin gar nicht der Apostel des Postmigrantischen.
I don't think that I'm really the spokesman for post-migration. That's not really my topic. Yes, it's kind of controversial, a bit of a provocative end to my book. But the Domit collection and the book, I think both are very down to earth, very much focusing on the daily life of archiving, of collecting pieces and the stories that are collected at Domit. And what really motivates me is the daily life. Maybe the daily life is something that I would describe as something being post-migrant. But the daily life is where I think we have a communality. And for the background of a Domit archive, I would say Fakir Baykut was mentioned a couple of times today. One of the founding fathers of Domit is Tayfur Demir. He lived in Duisburg in the late 70s. He was asked to open a library for special visitors, so a guest workers' library. So we're right there in the daily life, in the city society, and even more, they organized a bus, and with that bus they went into the suburbs where they offered education to Turkish children. And with Tayfur Demir, just one example, Bakur went out there and they started reading out their books to those children. And that's what matters to me, the day-to-day life, the culture there. And then the question is, of course, where are those stories told? And I would say Domit is a good place for that, but it's definitely not the only place. Yes, those buses, by the way, were called the Turk buses. And in my dissertation, I focused on that because it was one of the most important campaigns in literature that was also financed by the federal government. And the number of archive holdings, everything that was collected back then, that was impressive. Unfortunately, a lot got lost. That's also a part of reality. Many of those multilingual books sort of disappear at some point. They're being thrown out, but Fakir Baykut, his traces can be found in Duisburg. There's a cultural prize, and you can also, unfortunately, there's not that much you can find about him in the city archive, but the stories that you tell us here, or the stories that I tell you about the Turk bus, I am telling them because I want those stories to be told. And in the past, they weren't told, but you wanted to add to that. Yes, the municipal archives, that's a very important information. And I think one thing that you have to know when you talk about municipal archives is the following. Sponsoring, funding was always very important. So who is paying for what? The municipality, for example, is taking that over. That's the core business. And in the 19th century, that worked pretty well. Municipal authorities worked well, and that way the sort of memory was there, and that is simply not the case today. There is a tendency that shows that the administrations get smaller, and that is why that has to go somewhere else. It's a process that takes time. And the Federal Conference is really trying to make sure that something happens here. Documentation profiles are an important step in order to make sure that it is clear that migration, post-migration is reflected in the archives, that there is research, that research can be done on that topic in 10 or 20 years. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the participants. I would like to thank the panelists, everybody who is in the room. I would like to thank the CLF team. And I would like to thank you, Jörg, for organizing this workshop. I hope you all enjoy the evening. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what will happen with the archives in the near future. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to our workshop on post-Westphalian literature. Today we started with philology, went over to literal archives, and towards the end of the day we are arriving at literature translation. And I would like to invite all of you to this transformation, to this performance. That is why we call the whole thing a transformance. And that means the following. We are going to transform the Westphalian poet Annette von Droste-Hülshoff. We are going to hear 3 poems at once from the poetry cycle Sounds from the Orient by Annette von Droste-Hülshoff. The first one, Herzlich, Heartfelt, Der Barmekiden Untergang, The Fall of the Barmekids, and O Nacht, du goldgesticktes Zelt, O Night, you gold-embroidered tent. But we are not going to listen to the poems in German or in English. You can look at them, but via the chat we are going to post a link. There you can read out the German version. During this session we are going to listen to the Arabic, English, Farsi and Comanche translations though. The translations were done at the CFL as part of the Droste Digital Translation Lab. They were done by Shane Anderson, Daniel Falb, Shahin Kurkut, Monika Rink, Annie Rutherford, Kauta Tabai and Mahmoud Hosseini-Zad. I am particularly pleased to welcome 4 of these translators here today, either physically or digitally. And those are Shahin Kurkut, just behind me, Kauta Tabai, who is digitally connected, Annie Rutherford is also joining us virtually, and Mahmoud Hosseini-Zad behind me. And I'm also delighted to welcome one more person here in the room, Johannes Sain Ismail Wendt. He's a musical sociologist, a musician, and created the audio feature for this evening. I'm going to quickly introduce the participants and I'm then going to hand over to them. So I'll start with Shahin Kurkut. After studying languages at university, he started working as a Kurdish translator, as a professor for Kurdish language in the summer of 2021, so not long ago. He received a grant from the German Translator Fund to translate a theater textbook. Kauta Tabai is an author, translator, and computer scientist. She published several short story collections, and she particularly enjoys translating poetry. She translated different publications from Arabic into German and also published her own poems. Annie Rutherford is a translator, a writer. She works as an associate director at Stanza, Scotland's International Poetry Festival. She's a fiction editor at the Interpreter's House literary magazine. She focuses mainly on translating poetry, amongst them Nora Gomringer, Kinga Tod, Maren Kams, and others. Mahmoud Hosseini-Zad is a writer and literary translator. After studying political science in Munich, he worked in various positions, including in the Iranian television and radio, and as a translator at the German embassy in Tehran. As a writer, he published 4 collections of stories and also 1 novel in Iran, and he also translated different German works, contemporary German literature. In 2013, he received the Goethe Institute's Goethe Medal for his work. And last but not least, Johannes Salim Ismail Wendt. Like I said, he's a sociologist of music at the University of Hildesheim from 2010 to 2012. He worked as a research consultant at the House of World Cultures Berlin in the projects Translating Hip-Hop and Global Prayers. Johannes Ismail Wendt gives sound lectures combining his work as a scientist and musician. He focuses mainly on popular music and post-colonial analysis. And yes, now I'd like to hand over to our translators.
من القلب كل أقوالي كل كلماتي كل لمسة من يدي كل نظرة حانية من عيني كل ما خطت أناملي ليس نفحة ليس هباء وليس مجرد ارتعاشة من أصابعي إنه
all of my speech,
دم قلبي
and every
المتأجج
word, and
يخترق
every pressing of my hands,
ألف بوابة
and my eyes caressing gaze, and everything that I have written. This is no breath, and is no breeze, and is no twitching of fingers. This is my heart's blood, all aflame, flooding through 1,000 gates.
Translating Sonic Orientalism. Schwer mit den Schätzen des
Heavily
Orients in
laden
Westfalen
with the
beladen.
treasures of the Orient in Westphalia.
Johannes Salim Ismail Wendt resoniert zu
Johannes Salim Ismail Wendt resonates to Annette von Droste-Hülshoff's Sounds from the Orient.
Der Erzähler und Verfasser spricht.
The narrator and author speaks.
Als meine Eltern
When my parents married in 1967 and took the oath of allegiance in Westmünsterland, where I also spent the first 21 years of my life, Heino had just published his version of the song Schwer mit den Schätzen des Orients beladen.
Den Schätzen des Orients beladen, ziehet ein Schifflein am Horizont dahin. Sitzen zwei Mädchen am Ufer des Meeres, flüstert die eine der andern leis ins Ohr. Frag doch das Meer, ob es Liebe kann scheiden. Frag doch das Meer, ob es Treue brechen kann. Frag doch das Meer, ob es Liebe kann scheiden.
Es ist ein altes Lied eines unbekannten Verfassers.
It's an old song by an unknown author that Annette von Droste-Hülshoff might have also known. Heavily laden with the treasures of the Orient, sings Heino.
Schifflein sie fuhren und Schifflein sie kamen. Eins kam auf Nachricht aus weitem fernen Land, aber es waren nur wenige Zeilen, das eine andere er auserkoren hat. Frage doch das Meer, ob es Liebe kann scheiden. Frage doch das Meer, ob es Treue brechen kann. Schwer mit den Schätzen des Orients
Heavily laden with the treasures of the Orient, sings Heino, and at about the same time, Frantz Fanon's book, The Wretched of the Earth, is translated into German, where it reads, "One will never shame colonialism by spreading unrecognized cultural treasures before it." The lines that Heino repeats do not remind Germans of cultural achievements beyond Europe, not of cosmopolitanism and fusion. The song reproduces the Orient as the foreign, seductive other that makes values like loyalty disappear. The Orient is where another has chosen it. The Orient is where 150 years before Heino, Annette von Droste-Hülshoff has a certain veiled Zilla turns men's heads, and where 100 years before Heino, Gustave Flaubert has his, and I quote, tempestuous shagging with Kuchuk Hanem, the light-skinned Syrian women in Egypt.
Ich hab einen dicken Kopf, ich muss einen Saft haben. Ich hab dringlichen Bock auf Bagdads Backwaren. Da ist es warm, da geb ich mich meinen Träumen hin. Bei Fatima, der süßen Backwarenverkäuferin. R&B-Balladen, Puppen aus dem parkenden Benz.
Schifflein, sie fuhren und Schifflein,
Little ships they sailed and little ships they came. The little ships are the translators. They cross over from one shore to the other. They transmit the few lines. The little ships are the translators. Let me tell you that my father came to this country in the early 1960s as a son of the Ismail family, from the region that at some point was simply called the West Bank, or Samaria and Jericho. My mother came from Greece as a so-called guest worker. They met as workers in the textile industry in the small town of Stadtlohn in Westmünsterland.
Die Nachtigall in den Kampf sich gab mit der Lerche der schwebenden Stimme.
Let me tell you that although today, with cheap production sites in Bangladesh, Pakistan, Indonesia, etc., we can hardly imagine that people from Eastern countries, even from the Orient, came to Westphalia to weave, that even during Droste-Hülshoff's lifetime, it was already becoming apparent that domestic textile production was slowly changing into an industrial one. It flourished in the Münsterland and in the region bordering the Netherlands with huge factories in Bocholt, Gronau, Gescher, Stadtlohn. As a child in the 70s, I still saw the workers starting their shift with their so-called Henkelmännern and Mickey Mouse. The narrator and author speaks. I had my first conscious multisensory experience with sound with the so-called Mickey mice, which were used as ear protectors by loom workers in the Occident. My brother and I developed an unspoken little game. One would put on the earmuffs and the other would play music from a tape recorder or a record player. We had removed loudspeakers from old TV sets from the bulky waste and connected them to the output of the player. The person wearing the Mickey Mouse had to guess which track was playing by pressing buttons and putting his finger on the speaker. This was extremely difficult and only worked for pieces with very clear, freestanding sound markers with high recognition value. It only worked for pieces with very distinctive rhythms and with a fat bass. I wonder if my inclination towards bass music and breakbeats also stems from the blue Mickey mice of my Arab father, who worked in the Westphalian textile factory. It is also said, and I heard it with my own ears, that my mother was a fan of German Schlager music. Nana Mouskouri, Wenke Mürre, Katharina Valente, Mireille Mathieu. I didn't know Heinos Schwer mit den Schätzen des Orients Balladen from home. But I did know the 70s cartoon TV series Sindbad, whose theme music featured a similar oriental melody as in Heinos' Arabian dub version. I would not have understood the text from Schwer mit den Schätzen des Orients beladen either. I've never been to the faraway lands myself, and because of the poor situation at home, I would not know what the treasures of the Orient could have been that my father, the Oriental, was supposed to have been laden with.
Bruder, sag mir, was ist Heimat? Heimat ist dort, wo ich ein Heim hab. Doch stell dir vor, dort war ich noch kein Mal. Köln ist in meinem Herzen drin, doch Nerel ist hin. Das ist eine ganz wichtige Frage bei uns, woher wir sind. Die kommt dir schnell in den Sinn. Nach Hallo, wie heißt du? Ich bin Eck und komm aus Sivas. So, jetzt weißt du's. Und wenn du deine Heimat auch nur ab und zu heimsuchst, bist du klar im Vorteil, denn ich kam noch kein Mal dazu. Es ist mir unangenehm, ich hab nie meine Wurzeln gesehen. Und es versäumt mal diese Stadt durchzugehen, denn es ist leider eine Schande, dass ich sie einfach nicht kannte, von wo meine Verwandten und ich ja eigentlich standen. Irgendwie schäme ich mich dafür, dass ich nie da gewesen bin. Es ist nicht gar des Lebens Sinn, dass wir erfahren, wer wir sind. Ich nehme den Orient Express auf der Suche nach dem Paradies, das man in Zukunft sieht.
Wisse,
Let me tell you that at the end of the 1970s, my father had been in Germany for almost 20 years. There was no more work in the textile industry in Westphalia, at least for so-called guest workers.
Kehre, Vater, o kehre zurück und bringe die guten Fische. Kleider, reiche Sandalen auch und rede freundliche Worte. Denn die Mutter in Grämen ist stumm und die Gläubiger nahmen die Gewande.
The narrator and author speaks. I don't speak Arabic. Ich kann noch ein bisschen plattbroten. My father spoke to us an Arabic translated into German. German with U instead of O. Brut instead of Brot. With I instead of E. Fiat instead of Pferd, with B instead of P. He said to me as a child, Baba. Yes, he very often addressed me as Baba, because especially when he tried to make me understand his position and hoped for my understanding, he would title me with his role. Baba, verstehst du mich jetzt? Do you understand me now? He would say to me. I can only guess the chaos this Arabic exchange and transmission of titles led to in the translations of European private scholars. Who is actually speaking in the texts and narratives? They must have asked the guys who met for a few months and were then suddenly able to translate from 40 languages. Friedrich Rückert, who meets Hammer-Purgstall in Vienna and learns Persian from him. Translating the Quran, translating Hafiz poems, Eastern Roses as an answer to Goethe's West Eastern Divan, etc.
Edward Said schreibt 1978 in seinem Buch Orientalism: Keiner der Orientalisten, mit denen ich mich befasse, scheint je an Orientalen als Leser gedacht zu haben, sondern immer nur an Leser und Rezipienten der westlichen Metropolen.
Okay. Let me tell you that Annette von Droste-Hülshoff's poetry cycle, Sounds from the Orient, was certainly not an attempt at authentic Oriental writing, but rather a nod to the supposed linguistic geniuses, to her fellow poets. Literary scholar Martina Wagner-Egelhaaf juxtaposes. Goethe writes in the West Eastern Divan, no one served two masters. And von Droste-Hülshoff writes, woe to the boy who has two mistresses.
Und als ich nach Mekka, der Heiligen, kam, da grüßten mich viele Stimmen.
Cari fratelli e sorelle.
The fall of the Barmakids.
سقوط آل برمك.
زوال برمکیان.
هلوشینا برمکیان.
Pass to me the blooded orange with its sweet, enchanted fragrance, the fruit that stole its sustenance from the lips most beautiful. Pass to me the blooded orange with its sweet, enchanted fragrance, the fruit that stole its sustenance from the lips most beautiful. Pass to me the blooded
حبة برتقال من دم الزغلول ذات العطر الساحر تلك التي اختلست حرائقها من أجمل شفتين.
دريجي من كنارنجا خويني وي بهنا شيرينا ابسوني اباك جليبين هري خوشك روان دي رنگو چيجا خو.
ألم أقل لك يا ميمونة؟ ألم أتوسل إليك؟ ألم أجثو على ركبتي؟ ألم أحذرك مرات 7؟ لا بل 1000 مرة.
بگذر ملک زاده از این عشق، بگذر از این عشق تیر و تار، سینه سوزان بلاخیز هلاکت بار.
بلا خليفة بي نهسة أو برايل برخزبي جعفري التنك جار ويبار مكيتي هيجا جعفري التنك جار وتا خاتوني تا بخجي.
But what is the wise injunction to a heart inflamed with love? Just the whimper of a child on a furious battlefield. Just a gentle drop of mist falling on a flaming building, a lamp that tumbles from a ship into the darkness of the sea.
لله در ذراعيها يتثنيان يرفعان الدف في الهواء. أي سحر أي دلال يملآن عيني البرمكي ولهن.
چه پرپیچ و تاب دستهایش، چه پرنوا دایره زنگی چرخان، چه دلفریب گامهایش، چه لرزان اندام دلربایش که برمکی سراپا اشتیاق را به برتافتن چشمان سیاه وامی دارد.
7 سال يكسر بهرين وچون 7 سالين كشين ودل شابون بسر 7 دا سسي و 5 ودچيايان دا ماتمايي و دكشكريه بارمكي.
Mothers now on skinny mules, blind with tears their pretty eyes, holding whimpering little children, moving through the restless night.
نسر يحلق فوق بوابة بغداد يحوم حول رأس جعفر يرفرف مقتربا يرفرف مبتعدا. ليس في محجر عيني جعفر غير عنكوبيتين صغيرتين.
Und als ich nach Mekka, der Heiligen, kam, da grüßten mich viele Stimmen.
Cari fratelli e sorelle.
Warum betitelt Annette von Droste-Hülshoff
Why does Annette von Droste-Hülshoff title her cycle of poems Sounds from the Orient? Sounds from the Orient, like the other Orientalist writings of her time, became fashionable. They were part of a culturalism and othering project that emanated from the West.
Taub werd ich nächtens werden. Mich hat ein Fieber befallen.
The particular idea of Annette von Droste-Hülshoff, the idea of making the Orient seemingly audible, sprang, though not necessarily conscious, from a spirit preparing modernity, on the way to a cultural construction in which the visual is paralleled with objectivity and the auditory with subjectivity, on the way to Western modernity with a scientificity that credits the microscopic and or distant view, linked with the factual. For itself, the auditory is imagined in connection with the primitive. Sounds from the Orient precedes the emerging ethnomusicology, still without the phonograph and, as it were, in the best sense of armchair ethnography. Said says, there is some significance in the fact that the most renowned German works on the Orient, Goethe's West-Eastern Divan and Schlegel's About Language and Wisdom of Indians, were based respectively on a journey on the River Rhine and on hours spent in Paris libraries.
Der Sklave, dem du winkest, der deinen Tritten lauschet, der deine Stimme hört.
The desire for sounds from the Orient seems to be a constant in German lands. 100 years after Annette von Droste-Hülshoff wrote her Oriental fantasies, at the beginning of the First World War in Winsdorf, near Zossen, now in Brandenburg, so-called researchers recorded the voices and native songs of the inmates in the so-called half-moon prisoner camp of war for Muslim, Arabs, Indians and Africans. Such recordings were always made for the reason so that traditions aren't lost.
Ich ermögliche Ihnen Selbstaufnahmen. Dadurch gewähre ich Ihnen höchsten Kunstgenuss. Das Geplauder Ihrer Kinder, die Stimmen Ihrer Lieben, Ihre eigene Stimme bewahre ich für spätere Zeiten auf. Glauben Sie mir, wenn Sie mich in Ihr Haus aufnehmen, so werde ich bald Ihr liebster Hausgenosse sein. Fragen Sie den Verkäufer, ob ich die Wahrheit sage. Er wird es Ihnen bestätigen.
The cultivated, typical, pre-scientific gesture of sound research, with or without a phonograph, done from the armchair, is often done in a well-intentioned way. In the distance, the pre-form of Western civilization are sought, longingly, with primitive passion, as Ray Chow writes, because we feel so alienated in our civilized and artificialized world and music, we feel disconnected from the true original feelings. Whether von Droste-Hülshoff's sounds from the Orient were widely read or remained unpublished for a long time, the gin was let out of the bottle in Westphalia too. The Orient itself, whatever that may be, probably bears quite little responsibility for how it sounds.
Oh, I come from a land, from a faraway place, where the caravan camels roam. Where it's flat and immense and the heat is intense. It's barbaric, but hey, it's home. When the wind's from the east and the sun's from the west and the sand in the glass is right, come on down, stop on by, hop a carpet and fly to another Arabian night. Arabian nights like Arabian days, more often than not, are hotter than hot in a lot of good ways.
Orient selbst, was immer das sein mag, trägt wahrscheinlich recht wenig Verantwortung dafür, wie er klingt. Der Orient selbst, was immer das sein mag, trägt wahrscheinlich recht wenig Verantwortung dafür, wie er klingt.
Long time ago in the 40s, Dizzy and Bird gave us this song. They called it A Night in Tunisia, and the melody still lingers on.
Der Erzähler und Verfasser spricht.
The narrator and author speaks. The writer Balint made recordings of the music of Morocco in the 1950s for the Library of Congress in the USA, not for Morocco. Today we know that Balint also arranged the music and musical instruments according to his own aesthetic ideas, and sometimes recorded musicians under duress and without their knowledge. Andy Schon has written a beautiful fictional story about a German ethnomusicologist who confronts Paul Bowles about this. Paul Bowles is not bothered at all by the cultural adulterations and counters the ethnomusicologist searching for the authentic sound in the following way. And let me tell you the story about the scribe, who is also a liar, for it sounds almost the same in Arabic, and that is no coincidence. Kadaba means to lie, kataba means to write.
Von Droste-Hülshoff's
sounds of the Orient can be read as a very complex element within the culturalism and othering project. Annette von Droste-Hülshoff is not yet ready to fully embrace and co-project the modern dualism. Hearing is about affect, vision is about intellect. As a romanticizing composer, poet, and scientifically interested person, she has not yet taken up, or hasn't been assigned, a fixed place. The irritating thing about sounds from the Orient, in comparison to the Orientalist text corpus of her time, is that Orientalism, as Edward Said says, was actually an exclusively male domain and sprang from male fantasies of power.
3000 Schreiber auf Teppichen saßen und rührten den Bart mit der Feder. Sie schrieben so manchen Tag. das grau geworden die Bärte, das trüb geworden die Augen längst, und längst erkrummet die Finger. Aber wer, was ist geschrieben, liest, und wer liest das, was sie geschrieben? Der spricht, es ist ein Schatten wohl, oder ist es der Schatten des Schattens?
We learned about the kind of poetry that nobody could understand. So in the 9th grade, like a teacher sneaked up on us and put these pieces of paper on the table, told everybody to read them, and then tell her what we thought about it. So I said, well, it's all right. Shit, I'll try it. I looked at the poem said, what now upside the wall I see, a shadow of an image me?
Der spricht, es ist ein Schatten wohl, oder ist es der Schatten des Schattens?
I said, well, God damn, let me read this again. What now upside the wall? In the back of the room, somebody said, hey, this must be deep.
Von Droste-Hülshoff hat sicherlich mindestens über das
Von Droste-Hülshoff certainly had at least the experiential knowledge that in dualistic constructions the categories Orient and woman are comparable. Women are to men as the Orient is to the Occident, and difference attributed to them as a distinctive feature defines their otherness, writes Shizuko Ueno in 1997.
A trap of reverse Orientalism. The
Orient is seen in isolation, in its difference from the West, as backward-looking, religiously dressed up, emotional, closed, silent indifference and malleable. The Oriental woman is also imagined by the male supposed experts on the Orient as they express unlimited sensuality. They're more or less stupid, and above all, they're willing. That's, again, by Edward Said in his study on Orientalism. Von Droste-Hülshoff is very close to reproducing and hardening these clichés.
Schilt mich nicht, du strenger Meister, das im Divan ich geträumet, und bei des Muezzin rufen, ach, nach Mittagsstand gewendet. Wisse, als ich kam vom Bade, als ich heimging aus den Gärten, schlüpfte Zilla mir vorüber, und den Schleier hob sie schalkhaft.
Ich verfasse hier keinen Rehabilitationsversuch.
I'm not writing an attempt to rehabilitate sounds from the Orient, but the cycle of poems is also of a somewhat different nature than just dreaming from the male-occupied divan. One does not have to be psychoanalytically trained to understand that women are to men as Orient is to the Occident. Sounds from the Orient can at least also be read as literally veiled confrontation of the poet with her own situation and herself.
Milde Lampe schauen tief in ihres Spiegels Klarheit. Erblickest du dein Bild darin? Und war es, ach, das meine?
But before I celebrate sounds from the Orient as an almost feminist, emancipative program, I would like to point out that this party takes place on the highly problematic reconstruction of other culturalization programs.
Wie klingt
What does the Orient actually sound like in Annette von Droste-Hülshoff's Sounds from the Orient? I will not take the trouble to analyze a supposedly Oriental rhythm or metric from the German poems. Whatever the poet has strived for, it is not the Orient that we hear, or in other words, we hear the Orient, but the Orient is always already a translation, a transcription, a designed map. East of the mountains of Ossa and Pelion, there's Balsora or Basra, and there are palm trees, gazelles, the Pasha and the Divan. Von Droste-Hülshoff makes the picture resound above all through names. Zilla, Suleima and Hassan make an appearance. 3 names, and the common Westphalian knows the score. There was once a rich woman who lived in our town in Westphalia. Among other things, she owned a large clothing shop. The story goes that her family bought the textile business from Jews during the Nazi regime for 3 times nothing. One day, the rich woman came to see my parents. She complained that someone had scratched a Z in the paint all over the side of her car. And it could have been someone with black hair, as someone in her neighborship suspected. So that would fit with the Z. We were all called something with Z, right? So they called for my brother Sami and me Zalim. After we had claimed not to have scratched the vehicle and had seemed to be good boys to the rich German woman, she pulled away. She followed the tracks a few streets away and tried the next black-headed youth, Zaki. He actually spelled himself with a Z. Nevertheless, I still wanted to give the woman a hint for someone who might call himself Zorro, but that seemed a bit too cheeky and awkward for my performance of such a good little black boy. Let me tell you, Sami, Salim, Sofian, Zaki, Zilla, Suleima, Hassan, Senthil, we are connected through translation. Von Droste-Hülshoff echoes the Orient not only through the mentioned names, she harmonizes, like so many of her time, the idea of Oriental poetry with Islamic poetry, and sings the song of the Musulman and the Muezzin. He blows the same horn, rites of mosque and Mecca, Allah and of Iblis, jinns and Huri. The consonance of Orient and Islam, which still resounds today in its most radical form, is also an echo that has been shouted from Europe into the diverse region of the Orient for centuries. Orient equals Islam, and a little Sufism, stars, veils, muezzin, and whispering, and the image of the Orientals on Nas. Orientalism means an enormous achievement of abstraction, reduction and unification. It is interesting how limited Annette von Droste-Hülshoff's language is for the Great Orient and how differentiated she is, on the other hand, able to paint the small areas surrounding her in her writing, images from Westphalia.
So begreifen wir darunter einen großen, sehr verschiedenen Landstrich. Verschieden nicht nur den weit auseinanderliegenden Stammwurzeln seiner Bevölkerung nach, sondern auch in allem, was die Physiognomie des Landes bildet oder wesentlich darauf zurückwirkt. In Klima, Naturform, Erwerbsquellen und, als Folge dessen, in Kultur, Sitten, Charakter und selbst Körperbildung seiner Bewohner. Daher möchten wohl wenige Teile unseres Deutschlands einer so vielseitigen Beleuchtung bedürfen.
Der Verfasser und Erzähler spricht.
The author and narrator speaks. The motto of my Westphalian hometown, and I believe of several towns and villages in Münsterland, is the heart of the world. That is already a very interesting fantasy of being the center of the world. In the end, I was heavily laden with the treasures of the Orient in Westphalia. I myself can only narrate from a Eurocentric perspective. What else should I be able to do? I don't want to suggest an image of an authentic Orient at all, or testify as a witness, or serve as a translator. Yes, this is how I hear Paul Bowles' recordings. I know Freddie Quinn, Miles Davis, Walt Disney, G.J. Chevy Savant, and this is how I read the descriptive condensations, all from Friedrich Rückert to Annette von Droste-Hülshoff. They are creative, fantastic translations. To state that the Orient, as described by Mozart, Verdi, Karl May, Goethe, Flaubert, does not exist, should not lead to the fallacy that a correct image could be conveyed if only it were transmitted correctly.
Totally different. No different. Only different in your mind. You must unlearn what you have learned.
Ich denke lieber wie die Medienwissenschaftlerin.
I prefer to think like the media scholar Ray Chow. If translation is a form of fraud, then translators repay their debt by helping the ethnic culture to become famous. Through European Orientalism, I too was able to easily steal the attention of the audience for the last 40 minutes or so. The author and narrator thanks you very much.
أيها الليل يا خيمة مطرزة بالذهب.
O night, you gold embroidered tent.
شوی کنب تفنا زیرینه هیوه لی چرایا زیوینه توی گجیهان گشت پیچه و توی کتفرونی دکه
کجا نهان شده لابلای کدام تاب و شکند آن مروارید ناب کجا باز میتابد نور خیال انگیزد در آن زلال ترین آینه
لف رداءك حولها مرات 7 حتى لا يراها الفتى فيلتهب عشقا ولا تصيبها عين امرأة ذابلة بنظرة حسد.
And gentle light, now looking deep into its mirror's brightness, did you behold an image there? Was it, alas, my likeness?